What is up, and what is up, and welcome to the show. Well, that doesn't sound promising right off the bat. We're listening to the. I'm gonna go with something else. That's not. Actually, gonna see if the other side is any better. This is not worth dying for. That's the end of Cheers, followed by Not Worth Dying For. Give me 1 second, sorry, I'm just waiting. Again, we're listening to Defiance. This is actually Not Worth Dying For after a couple false starts. Thanks for another news and views episode. Okay. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to the show. We are going to talk about the Golden Globes, but full disclosure, as the headline probably suggests, I don't care that much about the Golden Globes, so we'll see what we end up talking about. But for real though, nobody cares about the Golden Globes, right? I was gonna say, even if someone has like 4 Golden Globes, I would actually say, especially if someone has 4 Golden Globes, they probably don't give a shit about the Golden Globes at all, because all I want is an Oscar. If they announce 4-time Golden Globe winner, all I think is, but you don't have an Oscar, do you? Because if you had an Oscar, they would say Oscar winner and 4-time Golden Globe winner. So I don't know. I'm not. Just a couple of national headlines. I don't have too much of a vloggy thing. I had a different team than my usual team meeting. It went well, I think. I wanted to have a real human discussion, and I was thanked for being human. And thank you for acknowledging, you know who you are. Thank you for acknowledging my humanity. And hopefully I expressed that I saw yours. But again, just with regard to Somali child care providers, in-home family child care providers, sort of the sense that I'm still getting is they're not going to be intimidated. They're not going to back down. They're going to keep doing what they do, which is serving their community. And really, I think what they need to hear, what they need from us is, I always play the Muffin mix just because it's the Muffin mix. This is Despacito, Luis Fonsi, Daddy Yankee featuring Justin Bieber. And yeah, no, all they really need to hear is from us as coaches, as people, well, one, the assurance that we're going to hold their information in confidentiality, and and that we hear them and we see them and we affirm their value to the community, and even DCYF does as well, which is why the dual language designation exists. Like, this is, they're at a time when they're being attacked for their language, it's reminding me of that. And so, the Department of Justice subpoenas the Federal Reserve, threatening criminal charges against Jerome Powell in what people are calling an unprecedented escalation. But I feel like, oh my God, that should be the new name of the show, Unprecedented Escalation. Writing it down. Mark Kelly sues the Pentagon, calling their attempts to censure him or unconstitutional over his speaking out and affirming that military recruits or those in the military should follow military law. Bloody Disgusting declares it John Carpenter week. Oh, I meant to grab my Halloween soundtrack or something. Well, I will before Friday. Hey, this Friday is John Carpenter's birthday. There will be a birthday concert in LA. Definitely John Carpenter. This next entertainment news comes by way of trivia. Who is the highest grossing film director of all time? Give people, if anyone wants to comment, go ahead. You have your answer in your head. I will change the record and then I will tell you what the answer is. That was Despacito, Luis Fonsi, Daddy Yankee featuring Justin Bieber. Um, this is Billy Joel Armstrong with. I will go ahead and play Manic Monday. Off of No Fun Mondays, which was the series he did during the pandemic of like recordings from his home studio. Um, and honestly, the only reason it's not Green Day is because it was the pandemic. I will play The Network, which is a Billy Joe Armstrong side project that Trey Cool and Mike Dirt are also in, because even those side projects are basically just Green Day. But yeah, it's the rare Billy Joe solo, pretty much only because of the pandemic. I've been on a little bit of a Bengals kick, so that I can't find my Hazy Shade of Winter record, and I know I have it. It's on a soundtrack too, so I will find it. Again, this is Billy Joe Armstrong covering the Bengals. Well, I guessed wrong. My guess was I don't know why Paul Verhoeven just popped in my head. No, I do not. Although Paul Verhoeven has had some pretty big hits for such a maligned filmmaker. James Cameron was my guess. It's Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg has grossed over $10 billion. I think it's $10.2 billion across 37 films. And these are specifically only with him as director. He's also a producer, a writer, story by, etc. But no, we're only counting him as director. As a director, he has grossed more than any other director with $10.2 billion. And that is not adjusted for inflation either. That is how much he actually was bringing in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and onward. Steven Spielberg. In science news, science headlines, polar bear skin is jet black. You don't trust me. You don't want to Google shaved polar bear. The only picture I was able to find was on the subreddit I Hate It. So thanks, I hate it. So it's. You can find it if you can find a picture of a polar bear sticking its tongue out. That's pretty cute, and you can see its tongue is like a pretty deep, dark. Yeah, no. Polar bears, but yeah, no. Their skin is jet black to absorb the heat. All right, another trivia question for you. This is science trivia. What percentage of vehicles would you think sold in Norway last year were electric? I'll give you a moment just to sort of think of a range, maybe 30 to 40%. The percentage of vehicles in Norway that sold last year that were electric was 96%. 96%. In local news, the Westlake Arch they've begun dismantling the Westlake Arch. That is very difficult for me, though they have promised to incorporate elements of it. And honestly, when I expressed my concern to the architect directly, and I was like, and it's funny because I was expressing my concerns to other people. It was an open house for the new design. I looked at the new design. There were elements of the new design I very much like. I talked to other people, and they were like, "That's the architect right there." And I was like, "I don't know. I feel like my comment's a little critical." And they're like, "No, go talk to him." And he was actually very open, though he pointed out one very, very good thing, which is that the platform that the arch rests on, that has traditionally been used to give speeches, is not accessible. It's not so his design is accessible. So after that, I was like begrudgingly, no, they could do away with that platform and still keep the arch, but nonetheless, I hope they said they're going to incorporate design elements from the arch into the finalized project, and I hope they do. All right, as promised, this is the network. This is Love and Money by the network, which is Green Day off of Money Money 2020, though this actually came out in 2011. And this is Love and Money. Seattle Public Library, the Montlake branch is becoming the 14th branch that is 24, I'm sorry, not 24 hour, that would be awesome, that is 7 days a week, I think out of, how many branches are there of Seattle Public Library? Yeah, 27. I knew that. 27. In fact, I know what I'm going to play next. I think 27 branches, 14 of them, so slightly more than half now will be 7 days a week. However, for Montlake to go 7 days a week, they're actually borrowing staff from the Douglas Truth and Capitol Hill branches. I'm a little bit spicy about this because Montlake and Douglas Truth are both residential neighborhoods. Well, so is Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill is a residential commercial neighborhood that is populated primarily among young people who I think need access to the libraries. Douglas Truth branch is populated primarily among that neighborhood is traditionally black and brown. However, has been gentrified. There is still a significant homeless population. I think it's important that libraries be open in that neighborhood more so than Montlake, which is wealthy suburban. This is Right Hander Llama by the network off of Money Money 2020. So yeah, to me it feels a little bit like robbing Peter to pay Paul, though I appreciate. Yeah, no, now I don't know. New Holly it was 6 days a week, but it is currently 7. And actually, let me look that up. New Holly Seattle Public Library branch hours. Oh no, it is 6 days a week. It's closed Sundays currently, which I knew. But I'm sure they're taking into consideration things like volume and usage. Starting 10 p.m. Friday, January 16th, shuttle buses again will replace Capitol Hill to Soto, not Stadium, which I misstated, and that's actually an extra stop, from 10 p.m. to noon on Saturday and 10 p.m. to noon on Sunday. So it's not the whole weekend this time. Nonetheless, you may want to plan accordingly. Sorry, I'm just organizing my notes a little bit. I will change the record. Not hearing anything, turn up volume. Okay. You can hear things, right? I'm playing music. I'm talking. I am. Whereas I know I'm on the air. This is human being followed by raw power. Oh, yeah, no, this is human being followed by raw power by Guns N' Roses, performed by Guns N' Roses off of the spaghetti incident. That was the end of Down on the Farm. This is human being. Okay. This is a segment called Second Thoughts, where I make corrections or clarifications to things I said in the previous episode that I'm like, oh, that's not entirely how things happened. Because I have a tendency to, as it turns, yeah, no. I used to think I had a really infallible memory. As it turns out, I am very all about revisionist history. I was talking about how someone on Nextdoor I will have it is now an official segment on the show, the Nextdoor report. Nextdoor being an app where people mostly just whine about NIMBY stuff, like I saw someone in my neighborhood that made me feel scared because they looked different than me or whatever, that kind of shit. I don't know why I just rage bait myself by participating. Well, I don't participate in it. I rarely, if ever, comment, and if I do, it's usually like completely in opposition to everything everyone else has to say, which is always like, oh my gosh, I bet you were so scared, and like, that sounds awful. And I'm like, so you saw a person on your Ring camera, they stopped briefly and then kept going, and that's it. In any event, I was mentioning last night how someone said they said, hey, don't stay if you're don't move into the Creston apartments because there's always like the police and fire and ambulance. And I mentioned when I lived in an apartment complex that basically took up an entire city block. It was like 2 towers. Yeah, between police, fire, and EMS, they were there all the time. What I failed to mention was when I talked about there was some dumbass setting their kitchen on fire every 2 weeks. On at least 2 separate occasions in at least 2 separate apartments, that dumbass was me. Though the second time, I managed to put it out before it triggered. Like I don't know how long you had. You had like 60 seconds before your fire alarm triggered the hallway fire alarms. And then I guess the next step after that would be the sprinklers, but that never actually happened. Oh, no, I don't think that ever actually happened. But yeah, if you could turn off your fire alarm within, I want to say 60 seconds, I was so I was like, oh my god, I am not going to be the reason the building is evacuated, and I was not. But on at least one occasion, the fire department actually had to come. I had put out the fire, but they still had to come and just check to make sure that the fire was out once they had been called. So yeah, on at least 2 separate occasions, that dumbass was me. Oh, and today's Nextdoor report. So someone posts, it just says, couple looking for other couple to hang out with. And the first thought immediately, of course, because I have a dirty mind, is swingers. Then I click on it just out of curiosity, and it's this to me, like I talked about this, everyone looks like babies to me now. Like everyone, to me, it's a very, very young couple. Like, are y'all legal couple? But okay, um, he has his tongue out. She's just kind of like got a smile, but she's also kind of got that like, I don't know how to describe it, like half squint, flirty look. And I'm thinking now, definitely swingers. But then the description is we've got a 3-year-old and a 4-month-old. We're more into family outings. We don't usually go out just on our own as a couple. So I guess not swinger? I don't know. Very confusing. But yeah, someone even mentioned in the like someone even replied in the comments, y'all look fun. Which they do. They look like a party couple, but then they're looking for another couple to do family outings. I don't know. Like, yeah, sometimes how people present isn't how they actually are at all. People will surprise you, I guess. Or is it a bait and switch and they actually are swingers? I don't know. My dad asked me if I thought the outrage around Renee Good was similar or akin to what was happening with George Floyd, and I said I didn't for a variety of reasons. I don't. One, and again, I think a lot of POC people are sitting this one out. There are using hashtags like "Not Your Human Shield" or "Not This Time" or things like that, where they're saying, we've been on the front lines of so many. It's this, not this time. Not this time. And in some cases, and I hate this because I don't, then it comes down to Oppression Olympics, but they're saying, why is there all this attention for this white woman when many black and brown people have died in custody as well, or at the hands of ICE as well. I'm not down with that, but I get that, I guess. And for whatever reason, however far, someone said it, I've said it, we're like 75% of the way through the "and then they came for" poem. And people are still just going about their daily lives. When we were marching yesterday, there was one woman, and she just looked like, what is this even about? And I'm like, is your life so insulated that, okay. As human being, Guns N' Roses. Well, if that didn't tip you off that it's Guns N' Roses, this is Raw Power. Oh, and this is also kind of second thoughts, but this isn't even a correction. It's more just an expansion. We're talking about paid protesters, and I was like, well, I think it's important to acknowledge on both the right and the left there are paid organizers. Turning Point USA, Erica Kirk, they are paid organizers, but it's also the left and the right to a certain extent paying themselves or paying the organizers because they make their money from donations. Maybe, those large dollar dark money. George Soros donates to someone somewhere. Maybe it is indivisible. But yeah, no, I think there is it is important to make a distinction between paid organizers and paid protesters, which don't exist in any meaningful amount on the left or the right, unless you mean the free stickers that Move On sends me. Is that my payment for protesting? I don't know. But yeah, in many cases, again, on the left and the right, the organizers of these kinds of events are actually full-time, for lack of a better word, paid activists, full-time, paid, and yeah, I think Turning Point USA is an example of an organization that does that as well. So if that's the criticism, But those things, those events, like the Turning Point USA conferences, those aren't free, right? You have to pay to get into those, right? Like at least our events, they may not be paying us as many right wingers think they are, but we don't have to pay to get. Also, they're not gifting us both. Well, whatever. You give your money to whoever you want. Your business. So while we were marching yesterday, I picked up this rock, and I just thought it was a cool rock. I like flat rocks. I like to paint rocks. I always think, oh, this is going to help me remember this day, but then now I have way too many rocks, and they're all just rocks now. Like after the special day, I'm not going to associate this rock with any particular day, but I always think it's going to be a memento of that day. No, except for a couple of specific heart-shaped rocks that I found on very specific days that I do remember what they're for. In any event, I picked it up, I put it in my pocket, and then I worried, oh no, because I dress like that. Well, I'm actually not dressed in all black, but I tend to dress in all black, and you never know at the protest who's going to start some shit. Oh no, they're going to think I picked up a rock to like break windows or to cause violence, not violence, because property damage is not violence, but I don't advocate either, just because I don't think it's the right thing to do, and I also don't think it's effective strategy. It did occur to me, but actually, I should have been more upset that no one said anything. But someone should have said something to me. Someone should have said, hey, you're not planning to do anything with that rock, right? I think I just put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. You're not planning to do anything with that rock, right? And actually, the fact that no one did is kind of, I don't know, it's like Seattle's too afraid to make waves, too afraid to say something. If I saw someone pick up a rock, I would say something. And I would say it maybe in a casual way, like, hey, you're not planning to do anything with that. But every so often, at a protest, someone will start saying something like, hey, let's fuck shit up, or hey, let's. And usually, but not always, other people intervene. But sometimes people just keep to themselves, keep quiet, and that is a little bit alarming. Um, I mentioned that at some point I just stopped reading the comments. I did stop reading the comments, but I did see all the hearts. And so again, even though it seemed it was my channel was heavily brigaded by right wingers, I did see all the likes and all the hearts of people who were showing support as well, and I do appreciate that. And then I did see some of the channel regulars in there too. Very different from this show, huh? But I appreciate your popping into that as well. This is Fun Tonight by the Riverdales. Off of, I think it's just self-titled, right? The way my dog's tail started wagging when I said we were going to the pot store made me just a little bit depressed. For the record, I actually, people have suggested like CBD. I don't think my particular pot store sells pet stuff, but like CBD because of his reaction to fireworks and stuff. I have never given my pets anything with pot in it. It's only because, and then I was like, I wonder if the biscuits have pot in them. I forgot to ask. But yeah, no, he only gets excited when I said pot store because they give him dog treats. Also, I think the pot, speaking of like ongoing, my dad shaming me for having Christmas decorations like literally like the day after Christmas. I'm pretty sure the pot store put up decorations after Christmas, if not after New Year's. I was like, are these new? Have these been here? I don't, maybe they were. I mean, I think sometimes I probably may be just more focused on getting my pot. Even like what, 13 years into it being legal, I still have a very, like, I don't know, I just remember the years where it was illegal and hard to get, and you had to, like, I don't know, meet someone sketchy on a park bench or whatever. Like, just being able to walk into a store and buy it is still awesome. But I also still treat it as a reconnaissance mission. And actually, being able to go to a store just down the block, because even much of the time that it's been legal, I didn't have a pot store particularly near me, so I had to, like, make it a whole big thing to, like, buy the pot for the month or whatever. But to just be able to just walk down to the store and buy it, it's still just, it is a luxury. Though, like I said, I treat it like a reconnaissance mission. So it's possible the decorations have been up there the whole time and I just hadn't noticed them. That is Reverend Norb from Boris the Sprinkler. Oh my god, I kept wanting to say Squirt Gun from Boris the Sprinkler doing the voice of a DJ. Coming to you from Pop Tate's Chocolate Shop. Get it? The Riverdales. This is Judy Go Home, also by the way. At some point we will talk about fake pets, we'll talk about Tamagotchi, and we will meet Moflin. This is like that human AI robot. It's some creepy shit, I promise. I'm kind of tempted to do it before, because again, nobody gives a shit about the Golden Globes. We'll do at least like major headlines, and then maybe we'll do it before entertainment news, but I'm going to do, yeah, meet Moflin. Casio's $429 companion robot pet that they're marketing very dangerously as a therapeutic tool that I think could backfire. One, two, three, four. Still have the poster. This is AJR with Sober. I'm sorry, Sober Up featuring Rivers Cuomo.
Won't you help me sober up, grow it up and make me numb, and I wanna feel something.
Okay, so we were walking down the sidewalk, Duke and Daisy, and someone is coming up behind us, and for some reason they always go the wrong way. Daisy in particular has a tendency to like dart like under the person, and then the person like almost steps on them, and then they're apologetic, and I'm like, no, that's completely on her because she's a dipshit. And then they feel conflicted about me calling my dog a dipshit, but I'm sorry, she's a dipshit sometimes. But in this case, Duke just does what he does, which is he sees someone coming and he like casually strolls over so that we're now taking up the whole sidewalk. And I just looked at him and I said, "You're gonna take up the whole sidewalk?" And he looked at me, and then he moved. And then the person laughed. And I said, yeah, I'm actually surprised you understood that. Thank you. Because that's a lot. Like, specifically, that wasn't a command like, Duke, this side. Or, like, it wasn't a specific, it was just, and it was sarcasm, which, I didn't expect him to get, but he seemed to get. Because he could have took it as, like, even if assuming he understood the words, which I'm not assuming. Yeah, he could have took it at, Duke, you want to take up the whole sidewalk? Like, as an offer, as an invitation. But he very clearly understood. I was like, bro, you're going to take up the whole sidewalk? And he moved. I think it was more just tone and context. But yeah, no. Dogs are smart. His AJR with Sober Up, featuring Rivers Cuomo off of The Click. Go again. This is Harry Styles with music for a sushi restaurant. Off of... Is the album called Late Night Talking? I think so. No, it's called Harry's House. I like his blouse. I think this is where we ended up with headlines last night. Trump officials in Louisiana put an end to another decades-old school desegregation order. Yeah, basically, I don't know if I explained this well. That's why I still wanted to start with it, even though their claim is, well, there hasn't been an issue since 2014, which actually isn't that long ago, and therefore the parties are thus no longer averse, so there is no need for controversy. However, if you read it from their order, why? Because again, you could have just left it standing, but it just didn't really affect anything. There are lots of laws on the books. So to specifically repeal a desegregation order, The state officials said the court order placed an unfair burden on school districts. Districts under such orders usually have to get approval from the court to build new schools. Okay. Change attendance boundaries. Okay. Or make policy changes touching on the court order. Well, the court order only relates to segregation. If they are making policy changes that touch on the court order, then they are making segregation-based policy changes. That is exactly why the law should still exist. NBC News, Trump threatened GOP senators who voted for war powers resolution in angry phone calls. Yeah, I'll primary you, I'll primary you, I'll primary you. I mean, he and his people have deep pockets to do it, so I mean, yeah. I mean, I think one of the... Yeah, I literally, I'm like, I am at the point where I'm going to name a new show, Unprecedented Escalation. But among all of all of them, one of the most surprising to me over the course of the last year or so has been how much Trump threatens his own party, not Democrats. Or he threatens them too, but threatening his own party, like operating that way. And then the options really are just to retire or take it. Go along, get along. This is Score Tonight off of the Grease 2 soundtrack. It is about bowling. Get your mind out of the gutter. Get it? Gutter. Never mind. I think there's probably at least one joke like that in the song. Let's find out. Starring a very young Michelle Pfeiffer, Grease 2, starring a very young Michelle Pfeiffer and those heartthrobs, Maxwell Caulfield and Adrian Zemed. Didi Cohn also returns as Frenchie. Special appearances by Eve Arden, Sid Caesar, Cody Goodman, Tab Hunter, Connie Stevens. This is not Score Tonight. Oh, is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Rydell High. I wanted to get more into... I watched, because it was just offered for free, an episode or two of Rydell High, Rise of the Pink Ladies, and I wanted to like it more than I did. Trump says he might keep Exxon out of Venezuela after CEO calls it uninvestable. I mean, it doesn't sound like they're interested. That's what's wild. ConocoPhillips also yeah, it sounds like, not to be weird, because ConocoPhillips also has reservation, like the top 3 oil companies sound like they all have reservations. I'm pretty sure Trump invaded for oil they don't even want. We've had our assets seized twice, so you can imagine to re-enter a third time would require some pretty significant changes from what we've historically seen here. Basically, they just say the laws of Venezuela, which say that all oil and gas reserves are nationalized, which means owned by the government, are just make it untenable. There's no... Yeah, his face when he stole oil no one wants. Music produced and arranged by Louis St. Louis. I'm not making that up. That's Girl for All Seasons. Do it for our country. No. This is Childish Gambino with They Don't Like Me featuring Chance the Rapper, followed by Won't Stop by featuring Danielle Haim. Which maybe seems like the most random Childish Gambino feature ever, but also not at all. That seems a completely Childish Gambino. Possibly followed by Bronchitis. We'll find out. Oh, Beck. But Beck's actually a producer of this record. Beck would be the most random if Beck wasn't actually a producer of this record. In fact, this is the end of Silk Pillow featuring Beck. This is Childish Gambino with They Don't Like Me featuring Chance the Rapper off of Royalty. Followed by Won't Stop featuring Danielle Haim. Rolling Stone. Minneapolis is in mourning. It's also very, very pissed off. In the hours after ICE officers shot and killed Renee Nicole Good, the city came together and found a difficult balance of grief and rage. Daily Beast, yet another ICE nightmare unfolds miles away from the fatal shooting. Am I going to read this whole article? This is, I said, Daily Beast, Michael Daly in the Daily Beast, so I think spelled differently, coincidence. The first sign of an impending nightmare for 20-year-old Jose Roberto Ramirez came just after 11 a.m. on Thursday in the suburban town of Robbinsdale, just outside Minneapolis. According to Ramirez, a U.S. citizen, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents began following his vehicle. What he alleges followed next was a violent random arrest and detainment. It happened roughly 10 miles away from where an unarmed mother and U.S. citizen, Renee Nicole Good, 37, was killed a day prior. Good, who had been trying to... okay, well, we're not going to go into the details of that, blah, blah, blah. Ramirez recounted on Thursday he stopped for... not blah, 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 but... well, depending on your sources of news, you obviously have your perspective on those events based on what you've heard. But I'm not going to. I know what I believe, and I'm not going to recount them. So now, Ramirez recounted that on Thursday he stopped at a red light behind a Ford Explorer when the signal turned me when I'm now afraid of all American SUVs.
That's unnecessary. I don't quit for shit. That's my
Um, It just stood there, Ramirez told the Daily Beast on Friday. I just stood there for a while. The Explorer had tinted windows, but when Ramirez finally pulled around the other vehicle, he could see that it was occupied by men in tactical gear. What a weird thing to do. We'll just illegally sit at a light and see what someone's reaction to that is, and then use that as probable. What a weird thing to do. They act so weird. Who trained? And again, weird in like the creepy sense. Like, who trained them to do shit like this? Um, but when Ramirez finally pulled around the other vehicle, he could see that it was occupied by men in tactical gear. He surmised that they were ICE. The shooting of Good, who had left behind an orphan 6-year-old, had occupied national headlines for the previous 24 hours. We made eye contact, Ramirez recalled. Ramirez is American, born of mixed ancestry, part Mexican, part Native American, of the Red Lake Band of Chippewa. Ramirez figured ICE agents would view him as a non-white person in a BMW and grew nervous. He saw in his rear view mirror that the Explorer had begun to move behind him. He called his aunt, who lives in the immediate area. Still on the phone with his aunt, saying he was afraid he was being followed by ICE when a traffic signal ahead began to change. I made it past the green light and it turned red for them, he recalled. He saw the Explorer kept coming and turning on the vehicle's emergency lights as they passed through the intersection. Then they turned their lights off. All of a sudden, I see them right up behind me. I'd see them put their masks up, so I was like, oh yeah, auntie, they're gonna stop me. Ramirez and his aunt, Sosa Clara, quickly agreed to meet in the parking lot of a nearby Hy-Vee supermarket. He pulled in and the Explorer was right behind him. The agents jumped out and drew their service weapons, pointing their guns, he remembers, and they're screaming. His aunt arrived in a Nissan moments later. Ramirez said the agents also pointed their weapons at her. She had already called the Robbinsdale police on her way to meet Ramirez to inform the department that her nephew was being followed by ICE. The police appeared, stopping across the parking lot. The ICE agents approached the police officers and exchanged a few words. In the meantime, Ramirez hurried into his aunt's Nissan, its interior all pink, a feather hanging as a sacred object from her rearview mirror. She was recording on Facebook Live as the agents returned. You got ID? One of the agents asked. Yeah, he has an ID. It gets more complicated because he actually didn't have ID. But the aunt is shouting, we're citizens, we're native. Barack Obama, deporter in chief. Yeah, this feels like it. Okay. As the encounter continued, one of the agents appeared to use a cell phone to scan Ramirez's face. ICE has been employing facial recognition software to identify undocumented immigrants, but they could switch up their mission to use that facial recognition software to identify anyone for any reason. Because once they've rounded up all the undocumented immigrants, they're going to need something to do with all their shiny tools and toys. And all their all the concentration camps that they're building. This is, I think I played this last night and I don't care. This is Dream a Little Dream of Me with the Mamas and the Papas, Mama Cass, probably followed by Make Your Own Kinds of Make Your Own Kind.
Once I believed that when love
Right. It's getting better because I didn't read the label, which doesn't match the back cover, which is something they used to do a lot in the 60s, and it still annoys me, but you can't change the past. Ramirez said he raised his own cell phone to record the agents. He told the Beast that one of them knocked it from his hand, punching him in the face in the process. Why did you hit him? The aunt exclaimed, no, no, no. A captain from the local police later told Daily Beast that their footage, either from his officer's body cameras or a squad car camera, showed Ramirez punching an ICE agent. Ramirez and his aunt both insist that the agent were the only ones who punched. Facebook video does not clearly show any punches. It does show Ramirez being grabbed by the neck as he was removed from the Nissan. Get the F out of the car. I don't know why I'm not. Get the fuck out of the car, the agent can be heard saying. Yeah, I think it's important to note, as people are, one of the stories that is making national headlines is they are shutting out the local investigators. Not all local investigators are going to help, or are going to help. If the problem is ICE, and I believe it is, not all local authorities are going to help. This particular police department chose to assist ICE. On a case-by-case basis, I think they're going to find that to be the case. Case-by-case basis to be the case, yeah. You know what it is. It's getting better by Mama Cass. Let me actually look at the label now and see. This is Dream a Little Dream. Oh. Yeah, what? Oh.
night breezes seem to whisper, I love you. Birds singing in the sycamore tree. Dream a little dream of me. Say nighty night and kiss me. Just hold me tight and tell me you'll miss me.
Anyway, that was happening just 10 miles away.
Blue as can be. Dream a little dream of me. Stars waiting.
Oh, interesting. Seattle Times had an article about the protest by Caitlin Freeman. It wasn't behind a firewall yesterday, it seemed, but it is now. Oh, well. There were definitely pictures where I was like, oh, I was there. I was right there. I want to talk a little bit about Keith Porter. I mentioned him last night. And I've been talking about him. This was in New Year's Eve. He was killed by an off-duty ICE agent on New Year's Eve in Los Angeles. Actually, no, Carson. Okay. Northridge. No, okay. And this is from ABC 7. Tim Pulliam. Loved ones gather at vigil for man killed by off-duty ICE agent in Northridge. Friends, relatives, and civil rights advocates gathered at a candlelight vigil Saturday to remember a man killed by an off-duty immigration and customs enforcement on New Year's Eve, calling for transparency and accountability in the investigation. Keith Porter Jr.'s mother was overcome with grief during a candlelight vigil in the community where he was raised. The event marks the second memorial in a week for the 43-year-old father of two who was shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent. You took our loved one from us. You murdered our loved one. It's not fair. It's not right. Porter's sister, Trinita Fata, said. Here's where it gets a little bit complicated. According to the Department of Homeland Security, the off-duty ICE agent heard gunfire near the apartment and went to investigate. DHS says the agent encountered Porter holding a long rifle. Advocates say Porter had been firing the gun into the air as a way of observing the holiday, a practice routinely condemned by law enforcement officials. Yes, it was illegal, but at the end of the day, it's an American tradition, said organizer Naji Ali, director of Project Islamic Hope. Judy Vaughn, who attended the vigil at the sentiment, saying celebratory gunfire has occurred for decades. I want to talk a little bit about this because I lived in New Mexico. I lived where guns were just prevalent and common, and where literally my roommate was like, "Oh, they're going and firing guns out. I better go out in the yard." And I was like, I was never a big fan of this, and yet it is prevalent and common. It's not, nationwide. I occasionally here in my neighborhood, I hear someone. I'm like, every so often, like especially during fireworks, I'm like, that's a gun. And sometimes it's not like pew pew gun. It's a someone shooting an automatic rifle. I'm like, that's not fireworks. I know the difference. Short story long, the ICE agent says they told him to drop the gun and he didn't. No one else was there, and it doesn't seem to be any body cam footage. The agency also claims Porter fired 3 rounds at the agent before he died. There's no evidence of that. Like that's just there's no evidence of that. The vigil drew people who did not know him personally, including Vaughn, who traveled about 20 miles from Mid-City to attend the memorial instead of joining an anti-ICE protest closer to her home. We all need to recognize our shared humanity and come together. I just want to be here and part of this group to say his life was valuable, his life matters, and we all need to speak out in as many ways as possible. I guess I just worry again because all of these examples trying to figure out this is. I don't know what I'm playing. This is Taco Cat off of. I literally don't know what I'm playing. Shame Spiral. Oh. All right. Now I know what I'm playing. Dry Land is a myth. That's what I'm playing. Okay. Birds aren't real. But I guess my thought is just, I don't know, there are just these gray areas that make it very easy for them to be like, these victims all deserved it. And I'm like, no one deserves it. Speaking of George Floyd going like, he was passing a counterfeit, yeah, okay, I don't know if he was or wasn't, but passing a counterfeit bill is not an executable offense. He was on Central. I don't know if he was or wasn't, but being on Central is not an executable offense. And we used to understand that as a society. This is Pony. One of several Taco Cat songs about horses. And it's a Christmas song. After Minneapolis ICE shooting, Ken Jennings speaks out. I have mixed feelings about him. I feel like he shut Mayim Bialik out of Jeopardy. I don't think he did personally, but I think he allowed his fans to harness Gamergate style misogyny to shut her out. I don't think he was vocal enough or forceful enough when literally every time she would host, they would come out of the woodworks to say some dumb shit. And yeah, I think he knew those were the Jenningsites or whatever they're called. Oh. This is Shame Spiral off of Shame Spiral by Taco Cat. Well, yeah, we already mentioned this one. Senator, this Associated Press. Senator Mark Kelly sues the Pentagon over attempts to punish him, declaring it unconstitutional. Um, Kelly, a former U.S. Navy pilot who represents Arizona, is seeking to block his censure from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth last week. Um, Hegseth said the censure, by itself simply a formal letter with little practical consequence, was a necessary process step to proceedings that could result in a demotion from Kelly's retired rank as captain and subsequent reduction in his retirement pay. Now, just remember, this is all about principle, right? Because Mark Kelly separately is going to have a Congress pension. He's fine. First of all, he's still asking me to chip in $5. Like he's going to do fine. But this is about the principle of them just. I'm fully here for him suing them and for. Yeah, this is all obvious retaliatory, and don't let them get away with it. This is Shaved Spiral. I like how it wants to zoom in on the guy. That's interesting. CBS News, deputy to Lindsay Halligan fired over James Comey case. The second highest ranking federal prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia was fired on Monday after he refused to help lead the Justice Department's prosecution of former FBI Director James Comey. A source familiar with the matter told CBS News. Robert McBride, a former longtime federal prosecutor in Kentucky's Eastern District, had only been on the job as first assistant U.S. attorney for a few months after joining the office in the fall. He most recently worked in private practice in Kentucky and also previously served in the United States Navy Judge Advocate General Court earlier in his career. A spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia declined to comment on his firing, which was reported earlier by MS Now. Me too. Side Gemini, side Libra. This is "We Are Not Alone" by Carla DeVito off of the I literally almost said the Brady Bunch soundtrack, the Breakfast Club soundtrack. Um, I find that more obscure 80s music makes me feel more nostalgic than the hits. And the reason is the hits are timeless. The hits continue to appear in commercials for things, or like the hits still feel contemporary because they are part of modern life. But a song that I like literally is just part of, like, I've only ever heard it like whatever 10-second snippet that appears actually in the Breakfast Club, and I haven't watched the Breakfast Club in, I don't know, like What age would you? I was gonna say make a teenager. What age would you allow a teenager to watch The Breakfast Club? Well, force them because they're like, this is boring '80s shit. In less than 10 years since I've seen The Breakfast Club. Um, this is "We Are Not Alone" by Carla DeVito. The end of Dream montage. Oh, this song I do remember. This is the scene where Bender's crawling through the right, or is this the scene where they're high on pot, or is this the scene where Bender's crawling through and you know that's never possible ever, right? Like that is one of the biggest fallacies. Shout out to Alex Falcone. One of the biggest. Shout out to randomized use of sleigh bells not in a Christmas song, which is very rare. Vibra slap. That was not a vibra slap. That was definitely sleigh bells. You know that people can't crawl through. They're not big enough. They're usually too dusty. Like it was just. There are so many reasons people can't crawl. Die Hard, Breakfast Club. People can't crawl through air ducts. They're just not designed that way. He's like almost Legend of Billie Jean, but not quite. I will not answer any more of these questions. Tom Homan bristles at Kristen Welker's confronting him about alleged $50,000 payoff. Why won't this go away? That time that you were caught on video taking bribes from FBI agents pretending to be... Why won't it go away, Tom Homan? This has been investigated, yeah, by a corrupt Justice Department that no one believes. Like, yeah, they made it go away. So you're, I don't know how he got approved. Like, I don't know how. I mean, even with Tom Homan is proof there's no oversight anymore. Like, there's no such thing. It doesn't exist. I didn't take $50,000 from anybody. And that's a question for the FBI. I'm not going to give this story any more air. Oh, thousands of nurses go on strike in New York City. You gotta ask my dad about this one, sorry. Wait, give me a second to write this one down. Yeah, actually, well, you can actually read the article, not just read the headline. But Associated Press, thousands of nurses go on strike at several major New York City hospitals. After negotiations through the weekend failed to yield breakthroughs in their contract disputes. Nurses on strike, their contract now. New York Presbyterian, Mount Sinai, Montefiore. My mother was treated for mental health at Mount Sinai. I worked at a place called Galisteo News in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and well, he's wearing a varsity jacket on his cover, but Emilio Estevez showed up, and I lived like just a few blocks away. Long story short, I did not meet Emilio Estevez, but he was very kind and gracious. He was with a woman who was, even for when this would have been in the 90s, considerably younger than him, people said. But the most notable thing about his appearance at the Galisteo News in Santa Fe, New Mexico, was that he was wearing a gray hoodie. Do you remember the scene in when he's like playing with the? Yeah. Anyway, he was wearing a gray hoodie exactly like, and that I can confirm because someone took a picture, which wouldn't have been on a cell phone camera. Otherwise, they would have shown me the same day. Because I was like, I don't believe Emilio Estevez is really here, but they had to like print it and develop it and then present it to me, and I was like, oh shit, there's Emilio Estevez right there, and right there at the outdoor. Yeah. Anyway, Emilio Estevez did show up at Galisteo News at one time, wearing a gray hoodie, similar to what he wore in the Breakfast Club. I mean, that has to be a conscious choice, right? I mean, anyway. I mean, you can wear baseball hat and ridiculous sunglasses to indicate, please notice me because I don't want to be noticed because I'm famous. Or you can wear exactly what you wore in like one of your most famous roles. Well, he was in New Mexico though. I guess he could have worn like a Billy the Kid like hat, and like that would have been even more ridiculous. This is Heavy Metal Drummer. I think I referenced this last night. Talking about my mom's cancer. I'm not going to tell the story again, or it'll just make me mad. Anyway, is Wilco with Heavy Metal Drummer off Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. The strike involves private non-profit hospital, not city-run ones. Is that? Oh. Zohra Mamdani declares he obviously disagrees with an aide who calls home ownership, called home ownership a weapon of white supremacy in 2017. So almost a decade ago. But how dare you cancel culture until we dig up every single old tweet. Yeah, again, we all do it. So, but I am not anti-cancel culture. I say cancel people. Cancel them sooner rather than later. Cancel until, guilty until proven innocent. I am 100% in cancel culture. I will, the moment someone does anything slightly untoward, no one has any right to public life. It's just a basic, someone else probably deserves your slot more anyway. However you got to where you got, if you're even mildly bruised or disgraced, go away forever. I am pro cancel culture 100%. Make that clear every single time. There are too many talented people in the world. And that is resulting in painful, oh shit, I guess I'm not listening to that anymore. Mostly. It's mostly just music for me, but though the disclaimer, that applies to the individual, not especially with regard to music. Yeah, I will hold you accountable as a solo artist, but other bandmates that's not their fault, and so it gets tricky. I don't like Sebastian Bach, but I still play Skid Row, and until they re-record those songs with a different lead singer, the Sebastian Bach version, Does he make a few fractions of a cent every time I play it? Probably, but so do the other band members who didn't do anything and did the right thing by kicking out. Same thing with Sex Pistols. Same thing with X, Y, or Z. Same thing with movies, but that's a little bit more painful. Actors ruin things for me. Things like Glengarry Glen Ross or American Beauty or Baby Driver. I just can't look at Kevin Spacey anymore. Like his. Am I playing this out? Ooh, I'm the Man Who Loves You by Wilco off of Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. Yeah, now deleted X account. In 2017, she posted home ownership was a weapon of white supremacy. Home ownership is not. However, redlining was, and acknowledging that redlining has not gone away, or the history of how redlining, the legacy of redlining still affects home ownership today for black and brown people. There's no such thing as a good gentrifier. Only people who are actively working on projects to dismantle white supremacy and capitalism, and people who aren't. Agreed, despite the fact that my own concerns are that I'm a gentrifier. This is a historically immigrant and black neighborhood. I am black, but I am also and economic status factors in. I'm mixed race and mixed culture, therefore some things that I might not be if I were like black, like real black. No, like vegan. That affects this neighborhood. They have to make vegan accommodations for people like me that they might not otherwise. I am a gentrifier. I do see that as I introduce gender nonconformity that other people in this neighborhood typically don't. That pushes the boundaries of what I am a gentrifier. I do see that. And I am not offended, nor do I disagree with the statement there is no such thing as a good gentrifier. I'm actually going to play Pot Kettle Black. So we're going to play the entire Seaside by Wilco off of Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. In an interview with Spectrum News, she says she regrets some of her past posts when asked about former New York City Mayor Eric Adams accusing her of being out of her mind. Fuck Eric Adams. Like you can go away at any time now, and like anyone who's still platforming Eric Adams, like fuck you too. Like I am like I was like, all right, I know it's only been like 2 weeks. So I was like, oh, that guy? Why are you even reminding me? I had hoped to forget. That time he showed up in the Veselka documentary, and I was like, ugh. The Veselka documentary is all about the Ukrainian coffee shop Veselka in the Lower East Side, specifically like around the St. Mark's area. Um, it is set during the pandemic. And yeah, Eric Adams appears a couple of times, like because he's, doing the rightful mayor thing, which is, oh shit, I said I was going to play the whole Seaside and then I didn't. And then I did. But yeah, no, when Eric Adams shows up in the Nostalgia documentary, it is like, oh, jump scare. Oh, well, but it's set during the pandemic, so it makes sense. But yeah, no, redlining was a tool of white supremacy, and the legacy of redlining has not gone away. It still affects people, and acknowledging all of that is perfectly valid and real. This makes, I don't know why this makes me think of Pavement. Associated Press, Hotchkiss and Mamdani unveil. No, that's electronic. I was like, is that the the frog scraper instrument? That was electronic. Hotchkiss and Mamdani unveil free childcare plan in New York City. Obviously, I'm a huge Mamdani fan and supporter. The Associated Press, Hotchkiss and Mamdani unveil free childcare plan in New York City. I hope it's rolled out well, and I hope it incorporates current childcare providers, not this big new plan that will decimate. I actually looked into it. So New York City's, it's called Child Care Check, just like ours. here in Washington. New York City has tons of family childcare, which I don't know why that surprised me, because Seattle is also very urban, but and yes, sometimes in apartments, but more often in houses. But yeah, no, there are definitely childcares in houses, and I'm sorry, in apartments and condos and units and all that kind of thing. Though this is the chain smokers with "Don't Let Me Down" featuring Daya. Chainsmokers featuring Daya with "Don't Let Me Down." But just like I said, I just hope they unveil it well and in partnership with current childcare providers, because free childcare can very quickly, if not rolled out well and in partnership with current childcare providers, just decimate them. And it can also be a power grab, and I'm assuming state by state as this rolls out, now that New Mexico has officially made it a thing, it can be a state power grab. We will take all the child cares and give them to schools and force children into empty classrooms that were designed for elementary students, but now they're being used for preschoolers, and they're not set up that way or right. But yeah, but we have these empty spaces, so that's where we're going to put the free child care. There are so many ways to roll it out right or wrong, and I hope they roll out right in New York. I hope they roll out right in New Mexico, because these are, for better or worse, going to be the models that other people follow. I brought this up a couple days ago, but 41% of people who voted for Trump in 2024 also support Zohran Mamdani. Who the fuck are these people? Like, you just like a clever quip and who the fuck? Like, I'm genuinely baffled. Like, but I think that just speaks to the power of social media. And I hope it doesn't speak to the possibility that people just aren't influenced by policy anymore. They're just influenced entirely by personality now. Is Reboot by Waterparks off of Fandoms. As always, stream Fandom. I don't. I have no access to streaming services, but you can stream Fandom at any time. They have new songs. I guess you could. They probably want you to stream those too. Um, this is War Crimes followed by Reboot. I miss having sex, but at least I don't want to die. If you're experiencing thoughts of self-harm, please call 988 or text 741-741. You can. Is War Crime followed by Reboot by Waterparks off of Fandom. Me too. What are you talking about? You wouldn't even do that
Now I'm turning off my headlights, think I'd rather stay blind. I'm forgetting how
just letting it go. Who are the 41% who like Trump and Mamdani? Like, who the fuck are you? Like, I'm so confused. Oh, reality TV star Spencer Pratt, who lost his home in the Palisades fire, is running for mayor of Los Angeles. Just kind of fuck this guy. Like, I don't have a lot to. There's nothing that has ever made any of that interesting to me. Like, and again, this is not snobbery. I am delved deep into reality TV. Like, I fall for like, and even platforming horrible people like Abby Lee Miller, who is, I guess, worming her way back into things, but also just virulently racist. There is no, that is my biggest issue with Abby Lee Miller is, anyway, that being said, fuck Spencer Pratt, fuck Abby Lee Miller, I don't know what, They let us burn events. Stop hitting yourself. The man convicted for carrying Nancy Pelosi's podium during U.S. Capitol riot is seeking office in Florida. The logo that he is running, Adam Johnson, filed to run for a Republican at-large seat on Manatee County Commission on the 5th anniversary of January 6th. Johnson told WWSB-TV it was not a coincidence that he filed for office on January 6th. It's definitely good for me getting the buzz out there. Like I said, January 6th has now just turned into what's Jacob Shandy up to. He said he was going to run for something. I don't know if he ever did. Anyway, his campaign logo is an outline of the viral photograph of him carrying the podium. Again, this is a January 6th convicted felon, rioter, now running for office and probably will end up running. Yeah. Moving on. Washington Rep. Baumgartner calls for investigations into child care funding despite no allegations. So, local politician being an asshole. Again, that song is called Reboot. Oddly enough, but not oddly enough, if you know Water Parks, there was a song on this album called Dream Boy, but that's not it. So many times I played Dream Boy, but I meant to play that. Anyway, stream fandom. And also their new shit. One of these days I'll get to do like a video, like what are the new Water Parks songs? Water Parks has a new song. Tessa Violet has Water Parks has a new video. Tessa Violet has a new video, I think. And then I'm trying to think of like other artists. This is Too Fast to Live by Princess Chelsea off of Little Golden Book. Washington Post, what a bod, an AI generated and Northwest Services map invented fake towns in Idaho. At first glance, there was nothing out of the ordinary about Saturday. This is, reporting in the Washington Post by Ruby Mellon. Can't disagree. At first glance, there was nothing out of the ordinary from Saturday's wind forecast for Camas Prairie, Idaho. Hold on to your hat, said a social media post from the local weather office in Missoula, Montana. Orange Till had a 10% chance of high winds, while just south, Whattabod would be spared larger gusts. The problem, neither of these places exist. Here's a Am I gonna play cigarette duet? Am I gonna play cigarette duet? This is Good Night, Little Robot Child, actually. The problem, neither of these places exist, nor do a handful of other spots marked on the National Weather Service forecast graphic, riddled with spelling and geographical errors that the agency confirmed were all linked to the use of generative AI. The blunder, not the first of its kind, reposted by the NWS. I'm sorry, I said the Northwest Weather Service. I meant the National Weather Service in the past year, comes as the agency experiments. This channel is still not produced by AI, despite the title. All errors are human and my own. The National Weather Service in the past year, as the agency experiments with wide range of AI uses from advanced forecasting to graphic design. Experts worry that without properly trained officials, mistakes could erode trust in the agency and the technology. Good night, little robot child. Are we entering the like lullaby era of the episode? National Weather Service said AI is not commonly used for public-facing content, nor is its use prohibited. The agency said it is exploring ways to employ AI to inform the public and acknowledge that mistakes have been made. Recently, a local office used AI to create a base map to display forecast information. However, the map inadvertently displayed illegible city names. Well, they weren't illegible, they were fake, and that's just how they equivocate, just how the gap between the truth and how close they get to it is always worth noting as well. Because oftentimes it is so close, and yet you chose to not go with the truth. You chose to go with obvious fallacy and fabrication versus the actual truth. A National Weather Service spokesperson, Erica Grochai, the map was quickly corrected and updated to social media, and updated social media posts were distributed. The post with the inaccurate map was deleted Monday, the same day Washington Post contacted officials with questions about the image. So, again, fourth pillar, still journalists still doing their job sometimes. A November 25th tweet about Rapid City, South Dakota office also had, out of the Rapid City, South Dakota office also had misspelled locations and the Google Gemini logo in its forecast. National Weather Service did not confirm whether the Rapid City image was made by generative AI, but I would say the Google Gemini logo is pretty. Thanks for listening, thanks for watching, thanks for meeting you. Boop boop. Now, this is not the end of the episode. At any time it could be at this point. We still have to talk about the fucking text, the fake text, the welcome Moflin or whatever. Okay. Me, when the entire premise of the episode is annoying me now because I just wanted to be done. In other weather news, NBC News, California is completely free of drought for the first time in 2020 in 25 years. But again, it won't stop raining on the West Coast. It's not quite like 40 days, but someone posted a like 14-day forecast for Seattle, and it was like chance of precipitation 100%, 97%, 96%, 100%, 100%, 96%. Basically, it's gonna rain for the next 40 days and 40 nights or some shit, at least until Mardi Gras. I'm trying to do the math on that, but some of my colleagues' vacation plans over the holidays were ruined by California flooding. One person canceled holiday plans, another person went there, and I guess there was a FedEx truck that overturned with gifts, and then another FedEx truck showed up, and it made national news. I actually did miss it, but their sister was actually caught up in that, and they didn't actually suffer any experiences of the flooding, but they were there, and once they had made it in, they couldn't get back out again, but apparently they made it back to their job in time, unlike those people who are still stuck in the Caribbean. Is that correct? So is Princess Chelsea. Excuse me. With Too Fast to Live and Goodnight Little Robot Child. Off of Little Golden Book. His Princess Superstar with Bad Babysitter featuring High and Mighty, followed by Keith and Me featuring Cool Keith. We were just talking about Cool Keith because we were talking about porno rap, sex rap, any kind of... Oh, I was going to play WAP. Oh, I could grab it. I might grab it. We'll see. I'm making $6 an hour. Bad Babysitter.
Okay, honey, now the name of the restaurant and my cell phone number are on the refrigerator. Don't be afraid to call if you need anything. Now have Josh in bed by 9:30 the latest.
Sure.
Now there's soda and chips in the kitchen, Atari, DVD player, and I think there's some board games in the closet.
Great.
But one thing, just be good.
I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo. I'm making $6 an hour. I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo. I'm making $6 an hour.
But again, let's celebrate for a moment. So much bad news. This is not a no good news episode. This is, yeah, no. And actually, I didn't do the math on that because those actually count. No, I think no good news must be up to 60 episodes now. Oh, but there's still a missing episode. Anyway, I won't do the math on that right now. Anyway,
Babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo, I'm making $6 an hour. I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo, I'm making $6 an hour.
me in early learning in like 2005 and being like, me too. But you know, let's celebrate some good news for once. California completely free of drought for the first time in 25 years. Dropped a bunch of shit. I'll be right back.
I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo, I'm making $6 an hour. I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo, I'm making $6 an hour.
Oh, it must have been the drink she had. Drank some Mai Tais, watched high lie, ripped off her thigh highs. Oh, let's take the Benz. How old are you again? I forget. 19? Or one time, could you please show me one of those nice cheers? No doubt. Here's your house. Ow, stop it, girl. Nah, girl, I'll take a rain check and see you next week.
I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo, I'm making $6 an hour. I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo, I'm making $6 an hour. I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo, I'm making $6 an hour. I'm a bad babysitter, got my boyfriend in your shower. Woo, I'm making $6 an hour.
Keith, the princess, we're going into a theater with a blanket. I'ma tell you. I'm mad, super fly, the bathtub, I'm real. Princess and Sheila French in 2001, I'm the future Ron O'Neal. With the Speedos on, I heard you was talking about my ass. I'm coming over your house butt naked with a condom on, riding and touching glass. When I get there, stand with lingerie by the door, let your bra shine, drop your thumbs on the floor. We gon' drink some soft wine and watch an X-rated movie that's hardcore. Perform like a man on the set, lights, camera, action. Princess and tight panties want satisfaction. Butt licked and all, I like to walk around Mrs. Day and have sex with you in the mall. Hit it from the back while security guard make a phone call. I nasty bouncing the breasts up and down like basketballs. Using rubbers and latex, jorting off the gloves by playtex. Baby dead for grease, easy sex. Crown comfortable, who on the couch next? On my chest, forget Superman, my hostage shows the X.
Baby, can you feel my love? I got my shorts on, and I'm taking them off. Baby, can you feel my love? I got my shorts on, and I'm taking them off.
When I say you fix, I'm a believer. Hey, once you get the keys to my diva, I'm a Shiva. Walla walla, give it to my beaver. Take a big sip and have it to the square. I heard the laughing, do what I think. Cut me tripping down, take up a nail thumb for the special day. Full of the name, piss and lip a day. I'm a slapping Germany. Big hot wings, pump the back of down. Slam dunk, down, punk, boys, pop the water. One kick, confident, kind of body, tail, bunny, take, buddy, bird, line, and fancy around, and buddy, song, deliver on you, baby boy. If something's wrong, I gotta call my mom, tell the kids on my son.
Oh my God, that's great, honey. Cool Pete. What did you say that he sang?
Baby, can you feel my love? I got my shorts on, and I'm taking them off. Baby, can you feel my love? I got my shorts on, and I'm taking them off.
Electromagnetic, it hit my head, like a music paramedic. You might have done it, there I said it. I'm walking out, come and get it. Well, I'm doing it and doing it well. So poetic.
Like Harold Big Food, I'm going back to Cali, taking you on the G Street to a mansion, a marble pool in the valley with celebrities and basketball stars. Guys tall as John Sally, princess driving a Hummer, with Victoria's Secret to an alley, looking off Mulholland Drive, drinking a Diet Pepsi with an arm from Luxury, some French fries, and an apple pie.
You and me, like E.T. and we ride for big recipes. I want to marry, don't cheat. We coming soon to a thing near me. Ready, bitty, ready, ready, and put this on and came in the game again. That's the thing.
Straight to the point like a pocket rocket. I don't understand them two freaks coming out the closet. I put you in the cat suit, made an ostrich. You on stage collecting the sex award for the best lover. And my flips down the new gossip. I hold you in that God, baby, on your back. Let me know when you wanna start.
I think about you and the things you say when you're back. You won't beat around the bush so you can beat around back. I'm a slinky, call my butt back and pull down the stair. I'm kinkier than pubic hair.
Baby, can you feel my love? I got my shorts on, and I'm taking them off. Baby, can you feel my love? I got my shorts on, and I'm taking them off. Baby, can you feel my love? I got my shorts on, and I'm taking them off.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being you. That was Princess Superstar with Bad Babysitter featuring High and Mighty, followed by Keith and Me featuring Cool Keith. Off of Princess Superstar is, I think that's just the name of the record. For that was Princess Chelsea. Here's Ariana Grande with, oh. Bad Decisions, possibly followed by Touch It, but now I just want to play the Busta Rhymes Touch It, which I might have to actually find and grab. Okay. Oh, or am I going to play side to side and just like, and okay, we're going to do when you don't have, I don't have any Dochi track to switch in, so we're just going to do side to side, no Nicki Minaj. Ariana Grande off of Dangerous Woman. Oh, but also, well, I'll say minimal Nicki Minaj, but also I guess she'll still get paid. We already talked about this, like, me when I'm like, we're about 3 beats per minute slow, but what is wrong with every record player I own? Like, this is the replacement record player, but it just. one that's into you, not what I meant to play. All right. My attempt at side to side with no Nikki. Well, we can definitely. All right, already I fail.
Been there all day, and boy, you got me walking side to side. I've been there all night, I've been there all day,
I
and boy, you got me walking side to side, side to side. You got me, boy, I got you. Been there all day, and boy, you got me walking side to side, side to side.
RFK Jr. finally weighs in on Trump renaming Uncle's Kennedy Center. Of course, I understand it, but I have bigger fish to fry. I'm assuming the fish to fry are inside his brain, and yeah, food pyramid. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on, that's it. All right. The last time I checked, well, I edited the official listing of the food pyramid to add the fact that RFK Jr. reintroduced an inverted pyramid food pyramid. That language remains. The fact that I said he seemed unaware that my plate replaced it 15 years ago, the food pyramid particularly, was removed. And someone actually linked to the RFK Jr. page, and then someone actually removed that link. That's interesting. I'm not sure. Did I just talk over Nicki Minaj, or has it not come up yet? I think I might have just. Oh. Fuck Nicki Minaj. Fuck Nicki Minaj. I'm not in the mood to freestyle, but fuck Nicki Minaj. All right, so I guess I played it out. Yeah, no, me when I was like, I will play it, but without the Nicki Minaj verse. But then I will just play it with the Nicki Minaj verse because best DJ ever so far. Yeah, no, what are we talking about? Um, This is Striped Walls. Oh, I feel like I played this. And I feel I'm not like what I'm like. Whoa, they have a couple 7 inches. I'm like, what haven't I played?
Switching places, bouncing up and down.
This is the Black Tones with Striped Walls off of Cobain and Cornbread. Excuse me.
Two chords for two colors. Don't
Holy shit! I can't even like my. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Bad. Okay. Anyway, checking in on the food pyramid. Oh, someone added. Okay, well, someone added the graphics, so that's. Someone actually argued with me and was like, but they reintroduced it because that's what people were more familiar with, which is true. When I talk to people outside of my own industry where I actually have to work with USDA guidelines to help people understand how to feed children, no one knows that my plate replaced. Yeah, no. The food pyramid is still what probably, what did you think was still in existence? If you were surprised to find out that they reintroduced the food pyramid after 15 years. If you didn't realize the food pyramid had gone away for 15 years, did you think the food pyramid this whole time was that, or was it even something you thought about? Anyway, my plate replaced it for like the last from 2011 to 20, well, until now. But also, I was on the USDA guidelines today because I had to go to a meeting and supervising people who will go out into the community to tell people how to do these standards. And I'm like, well, at least on the USDA website, they haven't changed the portions or anything for children, but the new guidelines will affect that at some future point. And I was just putting it on their radar, not necessarily expecting them to take any particular action. What are we talking about? That was the end of Striped Walls by the Black Tones. Oh, this is Mr. Pink. Am I playing this out? This is Welcome, Mr. Pink. Ava and Cedric. All right, I'm actually looking at this new version for the first time. It's not terrible. Protein, dairy, and healthy fats. Yeah, no, okay. That's okay. It's not. But they did put grains at the very, very bottom, which we're not all carbo loading or keto. And for most people, whole grains are a healthy food source and actually probably like central to your whatever. it's also confusing by separating the meat. Well, actually, I'm looking at this for the first time, and this is me in real time. I'm fine with visually that broccoli and chicken are on the same level, but that is confusing because they serve different nutrition. It doesn't help you understand how these nutrients relate to one another. High and by karma, obligate carnivore. She's like, I have no debate in this except I don't want any fucking broccoli. Huh. Yeah, no, they definitely put protein at the top. This actually does make me mad because I have a strong, long-standing most people get enough protein. This is my personal opinion. Opinions I express are purely my own. It's a little late in the episode. Hi, Karma. Mad? You want to look bad at the camera? You knew it wouldn't be an episode if Karma wasn't in it. But she's also busy. Sorry, she's busy right now. Sorry, Karma can't come to the phone right now. Nice jump. That was actually an excellent jump, Karma. Am I still doing this news? Kennedy Center goon triggered as another artist cancels show. Former White House aide who now runs PR for the Kennedy Center. This is Daily Beast. Obviously, it's the highly partisan headline. Did Sonia de los Santos, a Mexican-born singer-songwriter, announced Thursday she was canceling a planned performance because of Trump administration policies. Accused the latest star to boycott the iconic arts venue of encouraging discrimination. In a statement to the Associated Press, Kennedy Center PR chief Roma Darabi, who I think is a former ballerina, challenged De Los Santos' framing and her reference of Trump's administration policy. Her comments, I'm sorry, me when I'm like blah 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 blah. Her comments echoed complaints from the center's president and executive director Richard Granell. Again, these are very partisan picks, while also insisting it's a bipartisan place. We're fixing it. You put Trump in charge, and he's called Democrats like evil. So this is a place for all, and if you don't acknowledge that, you're wrong. But also, you put the name of a person who called half the yeah. Anyway, um, me stopping short of saying half the country because that's not true. That's what they want you to believe. All of them, the left and the right, 50-50. No, um, independents make up the largest block of voters. People who have no solid party affiliation make up the largest block of voters every single time, and that's always important to remember. This is oh well, we're not gonna play Busta Rhymes "Touch It." Oh, adding it to the list though. The Missy version specifically. Touch it, bring it, stop formatic. Um, this is That's What I'm Looking For, Mr. Dupree remix, Debrat featuring Missy Elliott and Jermaine Dupri.
Anybody gonna shake the club? Y'all know who, you know.
Do they know?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Put out those remix.
Bounce. With me, bounce. Right. Missy, Katie.
Come here, baby, let me kiss ya. Let me see what you about when I'm with ya. Let me see what you talking about, big shot. If you got that dope, can I get some? Let me see that Benz, can I drive through? Can I have one and ride right beside you? Side by side, I got my blue. Oh, you like the little funny nigga, F you. Cause I'm that bitch with the 6 shots. 6 drop, beat knocks, tick, tick, tock. Drop tops and the shit just won't stop. Y'all flop when this drop, I ball. I'm gonna get ya. Bang, bang to the boogie, take a picture. I'm a hot girl and big tit time. The phone is on in the picture.
Bitch that switch that thing from right to left like no other. Like a girl that'll blow your brain. Rock your chain. You wanna take me to your mother, no matter what, baby, keep it name brand. Never let a nigga change her game. Even though she might look like she'll switch up every night, honey, fuck the same way. Hit them all, get fresh, just like I do. Wanna have wild sex, just like I do. Bottom to the neck, just like I do. Shit, that's what I'm looking for. Be jazzy, but when she do her thing, it's ghetto style. JD, nigga say my name like she a new member of Destiny Child. I like those that got hair but still rock the weed. Know just what to do to make a nigga like me. Just what to wear to make a nigga go dream. Just what to say to get it clear. For others she won't, but will for me. Don't mean to pay some of these bills for me. Not just stand around looking real pretty. Talking about a bitch that'll kill for me. And my thong wearing shorty that got the game down pat. Got their own car, little crib, and a dope stack.
This country was built on legal immigrants and then the first generation Americans. I find her statement highly offensive, wrote Durabi, 32, who is of Persian Jewish origin and served in the first Trump White House. Again, refusing to engage with an institution open to everyone is in fact a step towards discrimination. Open to everyone, but again, you put the name of someone who called everyone of an entire political party evil. Like, how welcome do that? You're lying or cynical if you believe that is genuinely welcome and open to everyone. And again, lying and cynical if you think any previous administration, left or right, since 1971 when the Kennedy Center came into existence, has weaponized it the way you do. Like, come on, like, not credible, not.
Move your body, move to the music, grab somebody, keep it moving, get it up on the dance
We want performers who aren't political.
Everybody in the club. That's what I'm looking for.
Bella Fleck, who I recently admitted I got confused with Mojo Nixon. They play banjos. National Symphony Orchestra. Yeah, no. Again, I think because of their ability to leverage it as a, I don't know how to describe this, a scam, a source of grifting, they will keep the Kennedy Center, the now renamed Trump Kennedy Center, open.
That's what I'm looking for.
They've actually generated an enormous amount of revenue. That's the weird part. Well, it's not the weird part. But much like starting with Trump's inaugural fund, I don't know how much they actually spent on the inauguration, but corporations donated so many millions more than they could have. Everything is excess, and it's all, yeah, no, it's. So, they have successfully turned the Trump Kennedy Center into a for-profit grifting organization. But anyone who wants to have integrity or will rightfully distance or separate themselves from that, and they will continue to reframe all of that as partisan attacks. Why are you attacking me? Stop hitting yourself. This is Got a Girl. I'm sorry, what is this? This is Things Will Never Be the Same, not to be confused with Everything Has Changed. By I Love You, But I Must Drive Off a Cliff Now. I'm sorry, off of I Love You, But I Must Drive Off a Cliff Now by Got a Girl, which is Dan the Automator, Dan Nakamura, and Mary Beth Winstead. Yeah, we want performers that aren't political, but their definition of aren't political is Variety. Conan O'Brien criticizes comedians who are too serious and only want to say F Trump. If you're just angry, you lost your best tool. Conan O'Brien also fuck Conan O'Brien. No joke here. Chose to perform at the Kennedy, accept an award at the Kennedy Center Honors rather than fuck Conan O'Brien. People magazine, Melania Trump documentary to a premiere at the Kennedy Center weeks after the president added his name to the building. Also they're bringing Brett Ratner back. He was, no cancels, but he But yeah, if you disagree with any of those decisions, how dare you? It's completely bipartisan, nonpartisan, open for everyone. It doesn't matter. It has become a private Republican venue. They're going to host Christian shit. They're going to host and they're fine with that because they're bringing in the revenue. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think about what they've done to the. It doesn't matter. It's theirs now, and they're going to do with it as they please, as they've made very clear. But yeah, no, Rolling Stone, Washington National Opera parts ways with Kennedy Center after 55 years. That's Washington Post. I talked about this with my dad. Smithsonian removes Trump impeachment text as it swaps his portrait. But again, they continue to brag about it. They're not. They're not ashamed of what they're doing. Am I playing one more off of this record? I kind of feel like I am. Are we on the B side? We are on the B side. That was Things Will Never Be the Same. This is Put Your Head Down by Got a Girl featuring Dan the Automator and Mary Beth Winstead off of I Love You, But I Must Drive Off This Cliff Now. Again, if you're experiencing thoughts or feelings of self-harm, call 988 or text 74174. Trump and the White House posted on social media on Friday and Saturday to highlight the updated portraits in the America's Presidents exhibition, which now features a framed black and white photo by White House photographer Daniel Turok. It shows Trump staring intensely with his fist on the Resolute Dash, an image the president first shared on his True Social account last year. It replaced the photo by Washington Post photojournalist Matt McLean, which showed Trump with his fists folded in front of him and was accompanied by a longer caption recounting Trump's first term and his re-election, impeached twice on charges of abuse and power and incitement of insurrection after supporters attacked the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. He was acquitted by the Senate on both trials. It read in part, well, it doesn't say that now. The placard has been replaced with one whose caption is so short the outline of the O sign was visible on the wall beneath it, simply noting Trump's years in office. It now contrasts with portraits of former presidents, including Joe Biden, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, and Bill Clinton, which all hang alongside wall text highlighting events during their time in office. Clinton notes his impeachment. But they didn't add that, as my dad possibly suggested to me. But, or no, I think we both just conjectured. They probably added that. But no, it's always said that, and it still does. Neither the Smithsonian nor the White House directly responded when asked if the Trump administration had requested the changes. The revamp comes several months after Trump bashed former portrait gallery director Kim Saget as highly partisan, leading to her resignation, and after the White House threatened to withhold Smithsonian funding if the institution doesn't cooperate with the administration's review of the museum's content for improper ideology. Trump's allies in government have recently led efforts to brand the public sphere with his preferred personal descriptors in ways large and small, adding his name to the Kennedy Center and the U.S. Institute of Peace. Oh, I forgot about that one. And installing plaques in the White House that laud Trump and disparage political rivals such as Biden and Obama. That whole shit is so weird, it's like weird. Last year, the Colorado Capitol replaced a portrait of Trump after he complained about it. Pretty sure I'm playing Garbage Truck, but you know, after we played something off of Scott Pilgrim's soundtrack. Oh. This is We're Sex Bomb by Sex Bomb. When in doubt, play track 1, side 1. Besides noting the 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol by Trump supporters and his impeachment in the House, the old placard mentioned his Supreme Court appointment, his 2020 election loss to Biden, and his efforts to lead the development of the coronavirus vaccines, which he should be proud of but no longer is. Because it's actually one of the few good things he did, but it doesn't suit his narrative. The text also said the former photo portrait by Moflin was supposed to remain on view until Trump's commissioned painting was unveiled. The previous portrait and its biographical label still appeared on the Smithsonian website as of Saturday afternoon. That was weird. Sex Bomb by Sex Bomb. was the end of Oh Katrina by Black Lips. This is I'm so sad. I'm sad. This is We Hate You, Please Die by Crash and the Boys off of the Scott Pilgrim soundtrack. Entertainment Weekly, Bowen Yang, Matt Rogers respond to backlash over remarks about Rep. Jasmine Crockett. The comedians each shared statements after the SNL alum said he agreed with Rogers, saying that voters shouldn't waste their money on the Texas politician. This is off of their La Culturistas. They said some dumb shit, but they apologized. Basically, Bowen Yang said a dumb shit, but he apologized. But also, truck. This garbage truck. I guess they picked up my neighbor's recycling. It's so weird how, like, you can tell, like, oops, they left someone's recycling on the block, and then we all just leave it out now. Like, I'll leave it out for a whole 2 weeks, and then they'll come back. Like, even though they were picking up on a different block, they're like, oh, did we miss that? Yes, you did. But specifically recycling. I don't know why it's the every 2 week thing, but they miss it a lot. And then you're like, I will leave it out for an entire I set the precedent. I will leave it out for an entire 2 weeks. And they picked it up, like, I want to say, like, 11 days in. Like, they were like, truck. Anyway, Bowen Yang said some dumb shit about Jasmine Crockett, but I guess he apologized. Teenage Dream. TK Carter, Punky Brewster, and The Thing actor dies at 69. You know who TK Carter is. Like, come on. You know that smile. Like, even that's so blurry, and you still know that smile, because this is yesterday, but Thomas Kent Carter, film and TV actor known as TK, died Friday in Duarte, California. Did I say T-Rex? Carter was best known for his roles as Knowles in The Thing and Mike Fulton in seasons 1 and 2 of Punky Brewster. I feel like that's objectively... Okay, I am a huge Punky Brewster fan, and that was not the first thing I thought of. But I guess he was in the first season of Saved by the Bell as well. I do not have Punky Brewster This is canonically, I do not have Punky Brewster soundtrack, what theme song, and I was just talking about this. Beverly Cleary, Ramona Quimby, while we're Ramona. I can't prove would in this movie or book or comic book or whatever, Brian O'Malley, Lee O'Malley was Ramona named after Ramona Quimby, but all Ramonas are Ramona Quimby to me. What are we talking about? My long-standing, lifelong obsession with Ramona Quimby. When I was a kid, I actually sent a tape of my recorded songs. Oh, I already talked about this recently, including an original, and then one that was based on the country. The original, I think, was around Henry Huggy. Oh no, it was about Ribsy the dog. Anyway, Beverly Cleary responded. She said she liked the original one better than the cover. The cover actually had the Punky Brewster. I remember like waiting for the theme song. We had no VCRs then. This is my one chance this whole week to record a thing to say, did I send her a tape? But oh, he's my gal. We're gonna have to talk further. The actor made his television debut on Policewoman in 1976, Family Matters, Good Morning, Sinbad Show, Moesha, earned his first feature in a role in 2019. No, 2000. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why this hasn't been fixed. It says 2019, but the corner, Gary McCullough is the corner. It's actually David Simon was 2000, but that was his first leading role. Southern Comfort, Space Jam, My Favorite Martian. They're just literally swiping keys. I don't know how to describe how you, that was Sleazy Bed Track by the Blue Tones, but we're not playing that right now. This is Saved by the Bell. TK Carter. It would have been called Good Morning Miss Bliss, starring Haley Mills and TK Carter. And then they pivoted to a like no grow. And then even like season 2 and 3, Ruth Buzzy as Screech's mom, Kevin the robot. They pivoted to a no parents concept. Right. Other than Principal Mr. Belding and select other teachers. Whoops, a doodle. That was a big whoops a doodle.
When I wake up in the morning and the alarm gets out of order, I don't think I'll ever make it on time. By the time I grab my books and I give myself a look, I'm at the corner just in time to see the bus fly by. It's alright, cause I'm saved by the bell.
But I know for a fact I don't have the punky booster.
Teacher pops a test, I know I'm in a mess, and my dog ate all my homework last night. Riding low on my chair, she won't know that I left. If I can hand it in tomorrow, it'll be alright. It's alright, cause I'm saved by the bell. It's alright, cause I'm saved by the bell. It's alright, cause I'm saved by the bell. It's alright, cause I'm saved by the bell.
This is the major. Oh wait, can I skip this? If I can skip the Major Dad theme song, I will. Apparently not. love Blossom. As I love Full House. TGIF, but it's not. It's only Monday. Sorry. But they actually skipped the verses. This is the short version, not the long version. Bop bop bop. Shoo-be-doo bop bop bop. Everywhere you look. That's not Dolores Park. What's the park directly opposite the painted townhouses? Yeah, because I used to. Speaking of San Francisco, we used to hang out. That Dolores Park? I would sit there and be like, "Those are the full. That's the Full House." This is "Break Up with Your Girlfriend, I'm Bored" by Ariana Grande. Grande, whatever. There's no wrong way to pronounce it except like Starbucks lunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
This Touch of Grey by Grateful Dead, by now you probably know or don't, that Bob Weir has died at, I believe, age 79, but let's find out. Um, Touch of Grey by the Grateful Dead. Did you know that John Mayer is a member of Dead and Company? I didn't know that. Okay. But yeah, we all learn things. Rolling Stone, Bob Weir, Grateful Dead co-founder and guitarist, dead at 78, not 79. But again, me, when I'm like, 78 is too young, but also it's past the life expectancy for a male in the United States. What are the life expectancies for a male and female in the United States in 2026? Oh shit. Oh no, no, they're getting longer actually.
These are projections based on recent data, and actual figures from agencies like the CDC are still pending.
For 2026, projections suggest U.S. life expectancy for males could be around 77.2, while females might see it around 81.7. So yeah, women tend to live longer than men. Shout out to my former roommate, Paul. I don't know how you're processing this. I used to live with a deadhead, and I've known many, but shout out to Stephanie Rose, wherever you are. I think she ended up being a fish follower, but Grateful Dead. Oh my gosh. We're not going to talk about that other... At the time of this recording, the Grateful Dead were Jerry Garcia, Mickey Hart, Bill Kreutzmann, Phil Lesh, Brent Meidlin, and Bob Weir. Even worse than it appears. Oh shit. We're gonna get to Golden Globes very quickly and then slowly. How this how this episode ends quickly then slowly. Yep. Golden Globe. Hollywood. This is according to Hollywood again. Nobody cares about the Golden Globes. Any actor who won a Golden Globe still doesn't care about the Golden Globe because they still just won an Oscar. Nobody cares about the Golden Globe. There's Hell in a Bucket by the Grateful Dead off of In the Dark. Give me 1 second. Hollywood Reporter, Golden Globe snubs and surprises, Frankenstein shut out, Sentimental Value wins only one, Hamnet nabs unexpected top prize. Yeah, no one cares about the Golden Globes. I'm moving on. I'm Run Value, Run Battle won a leading 4-film awards. Then Run Value picked up just one prize, which went to Stellan for Best Supporting Actor, went to Stellan Skarsgård. Some pundits had Sentimental Value faring much better. Skarsgård's win was somewhat of an upset for fellow nominee Jacob Elordi. Frankenstein, who won over Skarsgård in the same category at the Critics' Choice Awards just last week. Frankenstein, despite 5 Golden Globe nominations and racking up nods from producers, directors, and Screen Actors Guild last week, suggesting a strong level of support in the industry for the Guillermo del Toro film. Didn't win any awards for which it was nominated. Fellow 5-time nominee Wicked for Good was also shut out. Anyway, again, I don't give a shit about Golden Globes, so I don't think you do either. Let's move on. Oh, well, let's talk about the red carpet look. Golden Globes Best Red Carpet Looks. Selena Gomez. Adam Scott. Amanda Seyfried, whatever her name is. Miss Grandi, who we just mentioned and played recently. Rest in peace, Bob Weir. And yeah, no, I don't know what it's. So Grateful Dead still tours, because I thought Dead and Company is Dead and Company a complete. Me. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Like, and John Mayer is now part of Dead and Company. Okay, I'm super confused. Anyway, rest in peace, Bob Weir. This is the Ramones, and this goes out to Paul, my roommate, who was the huge Dead fan. Like, he had the trunk full of cassettes, like full, the bootlegs, but also was a huge Ramones fan. You can love both. This is Blitzkrieg Bop by the Ramones off of Ramones Mania. Oh, me always a beat too soon, never a beat too late.
Let's go!
up and ready to go. Performing in a straight line. Going through a tight one. You get to listen to mine. The blitzkrieg bump. The button in the back seat. The generation heat. Jose to the back seat. The blitzkrieg bump. Hey, ho, let's go. Shoot 'em in the back now. What they want, I don't know. They're all ripped up and ready to go. Performing in a straight line. They're going through a tight one. The kids are losing their minds. Blitzkrieg bump. The bottom in the back seat. The generation heat. Jose to the back seat. Blitzkrieg bump. Ay, oh, let's go. Ay, oh, let's go. Ay, oh, let's go. Ay, oh, let's go.
Me too. Oh. This is, this is Bop Till You Drop, followed by We're a Happy Family. By the Ramones. The Ramones. Charlie XCX. But yeah, no, I don't think I have the energy to go through like all the red carpet looks. I don't even know who some of these are. Coleman Domingo, Chase Infinity. I don't even know who some of these are. Connor Story. I don't know who all these people are. I've heard of Dakota Fanning. I think I'm familiar. Yeah, okay, but like most of these people, I don't even know who they are. Dwayne Johnson. Okay. Yeah. But he was not, well, I don't know if he was nominated, but he definitely, The Smashing Machine, was that the name of the other Safdie Brothers movie that, EJ, aka the voice of Huntrix Golden, that's, yeah, oh, I actually need to almost play it now, but Emily Stone, Showing Belly is 2026 and Giorgio Clooney. I don't know who Hudson Williams is, but he seems confident in his white suit. Anyone who shows up in a white suit feels confident, and button down that unbuttoned feels confident. Jacob Elordi, again, I'm not exactly sure who he is, but I know the name. J-Law, looking stunning as well. This is We're a Happy Family. Me and Mom and Daddy. So that's the Zora Mamdani. And anyone, and any couples looking for couple friends, wink, wink. Anyway. Jeremy Allen White. I recognize the name, and actually he looks vaguely familiar from The Bear. I'm looking up. Oh, and The Bear. Okay, yep, okay. I've never watched a single episode of The Bear. Julia Roberts, yeah, well, I know her. Jennifer Lawrence throwing up devil horns. Leo de Boop de Boop. Michael B. Jordan. We were talking about him. Oh, were we? We will. Talking about him, Amanda Seyfried, and we have not even talked about this. For a future episode, Michael B. Jordan, Amanda Seyfried, and Chadwick Boseworth. It's actually kind of a really interesting story. She can buy herself flowers, Miley Cyrus. Oh. Parker Posey. We love you. I don't know about you. I love Parker Posey. Anyone who ever felt threatened by my love of Parker Posey, you're probably right. Because I parasocially loved Parker Posey way back then. Party Girl, Go, Kicking and Screaming. We love Parker Posey around here. But she was nominated for White Lotus. Good for her. Is Welcome to Atlanta. Oh, this is instructions by followed by Welcome to Atlanta by Jermaine Dupri. So Deaf. But yeah, definitely all up on the Parker Posey tip. Huge fan. 10 out of 10, no notes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what this is coming down through the audience. With all those bad-looking clothes on and that oversized hat and raggedy clothes.
Oh shit. Okay, Selena Gomez, I felt like we already showed, but this just keeps going on. Okay, fuck Snoop Dogg, we're not showing it. Tessa Thompson, yes. Tiana Taylor. Someone actually Wanda Sykes was like, can I borrow your speech? Fuck Ricky Gervais. I don't know if we're gonna get to that. But also, fuck Ricky Gervais. Fuck Kevin Hart. Fuck Timothy Chalamet. Oink oink.
Shoot the cannons. Bogus. Wow. 8 balls. Stacking them up. Slapping them up. Truck. That's what's up. Running in the back. Yeah.
to Atlanta where the players play, and we ride on them things like every day. Big beats hit streets, see gangsters roaming, and parties don't stop till 8 in the morning.
Sinners,
Where the players play,
Sinner
and we
Star.
ride on them things like every day. Big beats hit streets, see gangsters roaming, and parties don't stop till 8 in the morning.
Zoe Kravitz, presenter.
You work your thing, I work mine. 83, rivalry, place to be. Homie shot
Haley Bieber,
Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday jump clean, then I fall up in cream. Friday, right on the floor is where you can find me. Saturday, you can find me up in one Tweezy. Sunday, cause on Monday we be at it again. Holla. Welcome to Atlanta where the players play, and we ride on them things like every day. Big beats hit streets, see gangsters roaming, and parties don't stop till 8 in the morning.
Welcome to Atlanta where the players play, and we ride on them things like every day. Big beats hit streets, see gangsters roaming, and parties don't stop till 8 in the morning.
Welcome to Atlanta where the players play, and we ride on them things like every day. Big beats hit streets, see gangsters roaming, and parties don't stop till 8 in the morning.
Welcome to Atlanta where the players play, and we ride on them things like every day. Big beats hit streets, see gangsters roaming, and parties don't stop till 8 in the morning.
I'm gonna play this out.
That's right. Come on. Long go. Song go. Keep it coming strong. Yo, I'ma put the line every time. I don't give a fuck who she is. You can go and get out. Stay long. In the fast life. Put it in a team with the cash right. I'm in the mall, fresh ball every night. That's my life. I go through anytime I want to hit that. Right on night. Flashlight. Walk across the ball of my bling. Gas no. The game is seen. Think about it. For the first time that you heard me. Back in the 90s early. Me and my people now doing our thing.
I got the money, hoes, and power. Baby, you can say that you got me. I'm all about you. But if you're not, I'm to the next. Girl, I ain't tripping.
Nikki Glazer, Savage Monologue, a sexy hockey show, and chaotic DJ. Golden Globes most viral moments. Yeah, no, again, I don't think anyone gives a shit about. Oh. Well, we will meet Malfi or whatever the fuck the shit is named. Five lines, this is Yahoo Entertainment, 5 lines from Nikki Glazer that summed up her night at the Golden Globes. Oof. The most impressive thing is that you were able to accomplish all that before your girlfriend turned 30. DiCaprio. Obviously, you know, if you didn't know who that joke was aimed at, like I didn't say any, I didn't name a name, but yeah.
grip on your world. Real good, put that miracle whip on your girl. But let it sip on the pearl. Okay, that is. Love, baby mama's boy, that's just the way that is. That's the way that it's gon' be. The way that it's gon' be. So you might as well take your little heartbreak hotel reside, stuck in the bub and still riding that thump on me.
I got the money, hoes, and power. Baby, you can see that you cut. I'm all about you. But if you're not, on to the next. Girl, I ain't tripping. All day, all night. I'll be steady pimping. I got the money, hoes, and power. Baby, you can see that you cut. I'm all about you.
All that before you're 130. I mean, it's just insane. Glazer said before apologizing, and DiCaprio laughed. Leo, I'm sorry I made that joke. She said it's cheap. I tried not to, but like, we don't know anything else about you, man. There's nothing else. Open up. I'm serious. I looked. I searched. The most in-depth interview you've been given was Teen Beat magazine in 1991. Yeah, if I have the Growing Pains soundtrack, I will play it right now, but I don't think I do. Um, I have Family Tie. Okay, well, I'm definitely playing a TV theme song now. Probably Mr. Belvedere. Growing Pain. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, no. I said Growing Pains, right? Which is where Leonardo DiCaprio. But also, I'm still going to play Mr. Belvedere first. Ooh, possibly Fish, Night Court, what's happening? Shout out to Karis. Shout out to Jimmy Smith's fans. I'm serious though. This is Night Court. Shout out to my. Yeah, anyway. You know who you are. If you were ever a fan of this show, and I ever wrote you while you were in Hong Kong to discuss how I wasn't so much a fan of the show, but enjoy it. Yeah, anyway. Shout out to Kara, shout out to, oh, Jimmy, treasurer of the Jimmy Smith's fan club, just putting that out there. I have an address. Henry Mancini, right? This is what's happening now. What's happening? Sorry. D. Boop, boop, boop. Jazz hands. Boop.
Now the world don't move to the beat of just one drum. What might be right for you?
What? Just one drumming.
kind of story. Everybody finds a way to shine.
Why is the theme song to Different Strokes about black kids being adopted by a white guy in New York kind of a country song? Do you ever notice that? That the theme to Different... No one ever talks about that. The theme to Different Strokes is a country song. Why is that? That doesn't even make sense. That has no relevance except way after the country purge on CBS, they were still CVS, Walgreens. Way after the country purge after they canceled Laughing, you know what I'm talking about. Or you don't. Why is the theme song to Different Strokes a country song? And you heard it, right? Yeah. Anyway, I know what we're playing right now. Mr. Belvedere and then Growing Pains, because we were talking about Leonardo DiCaprio. I did a deep dive into this theme song.
There's a change in the status quo. Gonna need all the help that we can get. According to our new arrival, life is more than mere survival. We just might live the good life yet.
Mr. Belvedere. And then this is... Oh. Fuck Kirk Cameron. fuck Candace Cameron. But yeah. But also, one of them is going to make money off of this. I already played the Full House theme song, so yeah. Canonically, Leonardo DiCaprio got his start on this show. We got each other. Sharing the laughter and love. Sharing the laughter and love. There is like a 3-minute version of that song that actually charted on the radio. I can remember when that was playing on the radio. All of that was off of Oof. Holy shit, wait, no, for real? I'm not even sure which record that was off of. Alright. This is Alessia Cara with Here. Off of Know It All. This is definitely going to bed music. That's right. No. After midnight. We gonna let it all hang out? No, after midnight, we're just gonna go to bed. You can let it all hang out, but I'm just gonna go to bed. But for real, side B, side A. Okay. I was originally gonna play Scars to Your Beautiful, but this is Here by Alessia Cara off of Know It All. Oh, because we're wait, no, we're.
Please enjoy your party, I'll be here. Like we usually do. Big dreams, how we plan to take over the planet. Hope you understand that I'll be here.
That was Here by Alessia Cara off of Know It All. This is Mr. Brightside. I mean, I feel like I play well, maximum rotation. Oh shit! is a friend of mine is also in maximum rotation. I will play that again, probably pretty soon, possibly right after this, because even though it wasn't a single, or it was, but yeah, no, anyway. There are so many A-listers, and by A-listers I do mean people who are on a list that has been heavily redacted. We're still talking about making laser Golden Globes. Like I said, no one cares about the Golden Globes, but anyway, whatever. CBS News, America's newest place to see BS News. Podcasts. They're just what we have now. Is this a podcast? Is this exercise? No, for real. Podcasts are just what we have now. This is true. That's just where celebrities have to go to hawk and pitch their shit. It's only a kiss. I'm Mr. Brightside. No, what are we doing? I'm sorry. Oh. For the second year in a row, Laser performed a brief musical number matching up two of the 2026 Golden Globe nominees. Lyrics inspired by Marty Supreme. Oh, Golden. Okay. Moments later, she was interrupted by Fran Drescher, co-star of Marty Supreme, known for its distinctive voice in the 1996 sitcom The Nanny, and also heading the actors. Fran Drescher is like, in my in my mind, Fran Drescher is like a lady boss, like actors union person, more so. That's what I think. Not her voice or the nanny or whatever. Anyway, this is Golden by Huntrix because this is Golden by Huntrix. I'm going up, up, up because I'm golden. Boop, 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 boop. And EJ, shout out to EJ on the red carpet at the Golden Globes. But still, I'm not sure how many people. Yeah, anyway. Inside John Mayer's takeover of a Hollywood Mecca. We'll talk about John Mayer and Dead and Company and all that in the future episode. So this is not rap. Who is Moflin? Yeah, okay. Like I said, yeah, $429. But they seem to strongly, again, notice none of these are, yeah, I can't tell because those mostly just hands, but they look like adult hands to me. Do you buy the golden version or? But they strongly seem to suggest this is a mental health device, and I think, well, I don't know about you, but I'm already preparing my class action lawsuit, and I haven't even bought one yet. Safe and non-judgmental. We'll talk more about Moflin at some future point, but thanks for listening, thanks for watching. Me. Thanks for listening, thanks for watching, thanks for ringing you. Boop, 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 boop.